Alright, hello and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Tonight, we're going to be continuing where we left off for the third part of episode 5 of the first Ace Attorney Adventures game. And where we had just gotten a revelation that Eggs Benedict actually knew more than he was telling us. So, actually knew more about than we realized, so now, let's see, 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Hey, Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard, like so me? What? Oh, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Oh. Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it at the court. That's for sure. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot with new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. Ooh, we're getting right into it. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? I think I'm making her sound a bit more Irish than, British. Sorry about that, but I can only do young British girls to so much extent with my voice. And then we office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. Well, after that, I couldn't get any sleep, so I slipped out and went on the street to the 2-to-1 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. If you ask me, there's something about it that Sholmes don't like, something you don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Banks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, now did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you in there, so I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when, what do you think you're doing? Ah! Oh, I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who's in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for an armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it in there? Did Sholmes leave behind a load of papers with a story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other is here. I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's all. Ooh, you just want to see. I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. Oh, that's just a check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out of the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, come with you. Now don't be foolish, young girl. I must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back to the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Starting to think I should help, see, so I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. It must be when you passed out. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. I wouldn't be so sure, Gina. Given what we know, it's entirely possible Mr. Windybank was expected to die tonight, no matter what. Did you tell police everything? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jeannie. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno is about to put the real culprit through the mill. That culprit was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. He has some tie to this. And I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there last night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands, Jeannie. Mr. Nara Odo, yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilda, we told you a whole pack of lies. You got the bug trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side of the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? You could work and get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina, the accused in a trial. You are? Before I even left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of that crime were pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Inosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried, but even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial begun, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in that other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you, so you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, You're not like me, Gilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. And that's all we really need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nara Odo, I... Sniffle. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in someone else. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Zato, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. The Old Bailey Court. Here we are. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let's turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's receipt of the case held by the court this morning. The glaring omission of this third bulletin report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. I don't think we should be threatening the judge. Lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the witness stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, I'm but an upstanding member of London society. It is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record, please. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You are praised by the situation of the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. Some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Witness testimony. He's probably got a really good poker face, so I don't expect any obvious signs of lying, so we have to be very careful. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here claim my blood was found at the scene. Some detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court to be swayed by the self-proclaimed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will be upheld. And it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. A small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanted. So. What? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. The accusation. Hold it! As per usual, we press on everything. Alright, yes, we met on the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question, in fact. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Here's Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness here is to testify about the events that took place that night. Is there no obligation to answer such unrelated questions? You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. Yeah, to get him to talk about that, we have to first prove that what happened the day before was relevant. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Yeah, he's smart enough to know not to give away anything very obvious. Hold it! Very seriously, this do the murder. Have you seen these two men before here? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. The fact they're looking away is rather obvious. Said by a man who introduced himself as a completely different name earlier. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British courtroom anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Hold it! Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Are you able to prove that? Objection! Listen carefully, my learned friend. For you to appear to be under gross apprehension of the point. What do you mean? The witness maintains that he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is what the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Yeah, Von Zykes has a point here. Because we're making the assertion that he was there, we have to prove that, at least give a reasonable, a reason to suggest he would be. Because, you can't really prove a negative, or at least not nearly as easily as you can prove a positive. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. In fact, he's hammy just like those brothers. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis positively identified the substance as such. Oh, but I'm not the only human to have blood run through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate it. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He is a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Hey.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? And what, me? No, Mr. Skulkin right next to you. Right, I've had up to hear this. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not the big bruv Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, God. You what? Is this not the case where Mr. Graydon just spoke? A thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts, Them, it must have been him. What? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking if waves my arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? When you took the bullet, it was only 2 days ago, it ain't get healed up yet, so I was, I was worrying for him and... Oh, Ells bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Well, that's the thing. You can easily disprove it and force me to say goodbye to you simply by showing that up and showing that you have no injury. It's the easiest thing in the world. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Of course, he technically is still correct. We can't force him. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. And I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed. I took offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. I claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Let's examine this first. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, I would assume so. Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I had once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, unfortunately, they have a point. They do indeed have a point. Sholmes' evidence is not hard evidence. It can be reasonably circumstantial, hence why we were able to get him here in the first place, but we need something harder. As you're no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. I might as well press him on this a bit. Alright, so you never had anything to do with it, is that correct? And you forget I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again. In sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker's afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Craigs, he showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from that cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks. Yes, of course. The gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves Mr. Graydon was in the shop that afternoon after all. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Yeah, Gregson's been explicitly told to keep quiet. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Yeah. While Von Zykes claims to be racist, we don't know if it's entirely true, but I'm willing to believe it, especially given the time frame this game takes place in, but sadly he may also be our only hope here, because as we saw, when Gregson ordered him not to present a piece of evidence, and so Von Zykes told him to screw off and then just presented the evidence anyways, so Von Zykes seems to care more about the truth than any politics thing going on behind the scenes. So he's probably our best bet to get this going. And that's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Yeah, and we can't. Yeah, and it's hard to get him to. We can't exactly force him to say too much, since we can't compel. We can only do so much to compel him to talk. The opposite of Hurley, then, he seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to pry a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. I know I have to present it as the new piece of evidence that's... Let's see here. Oh, I don't have the one picture of him in the evidence. Interesting. Or Mr. McGilded, that's being defended. Rather mistakenly defended. Oh, Infinity? I'm actually a bit stuck because we have ourselves a witness that's very smart and knows that the less he says, the less likely he's going to be able to say anything. The less likely he is to give something away. So, thumbprint of blood, I wonder what it belongs to. That was actually handled in the previous case, the previous time I streamed this, if you remember. Let's see, there's the bolt fire from the Skulkin brothers' gun. Yeah, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. But yeah, this thumbprint is actually the main key. Because, first of all, the Inspector Gregson, the detective on the stand right now, he insisted that we not have this evidence presented in court, but Von Zykes insisted that he have it presented here anyways. This was what the person on the stand here was trying to pilfer from the pawnbrokery before. Because, oh, that's right, I can show it with here. Here we are. Meant in the photo. There's a few of these, but yeah. The reason we're able to get him on the stand is because there's evidence here. His blood is here and here. But since Sherlock Sholmes's chemical testing for blood isn't officially used by the police, they can't use it. The one with the kitty? Yeah, this was from this is also in here. This is the blood of Mr. Mason, a person who was here, or a person, the murder victim of a case we covered previously. So obviously, whatever's going on now is tied to the case we did before. So yeah, thrice fired Mason, the murder victim of the person from the third case, and this is the fifth one, so it's been a bit. But then, sadly, this doesn't prove that our buddy here, Grayson here, was ever at this, because this only proves that Mr. Mason was at the pawnbrokery at the time of the murder. Let's see here. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitnesses, however, a surprise forced witness forced to result in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Yeah, it's pretty interesting that Gregson's, of all people, is being quiet about potential criminal activity, which means there's a lot more going on in this case than we believe, but we need something that's going to force Graydon here to show off his arm, or at least force him to admit that he's been injured there and try to explain it. Well, you can tell this is the final case because the witnesses are actually smart and don't give away too much. If it had anything to do with unbroken establishment, the man was killed. So let's see here. Something that... Okay, so it looks like I just have to prove he was there in some capacity. I can't prove it was his blood there. This might be it, but because he was trying to claim this particular article for the coat. However, we don't have a way to prove that. I'm actually not sure why we still have this. This was only used for something earlier. Well, I guess we don't exactly clean out inventory unless it's between cases, so. Windy Bank and some drawn notes. I'm a stupid. Redemption ticket. Mr. Windy Bank appears to use the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, did he run out of paper? Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had at hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. So how can we prove that? Yeah, because the picture with Eggs Benedict here, or rather Graydon, doesn't seem to. It's not in our court record here, so we can't prove it was him. There's something I'm missing here. Let's see here. Autopsy report. Coroner, Dr. Steve. Single bullet autopsy findings. Instant death from a posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising trajectory. No visible signs of trauma. Now we know he has a gun, but we can't prove it was we can't show this to him because he'll just deny that he owns a firearm. Let's see here. What's this one again? There's a sensational story on the lower front page. Look, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas to Ministry of Justice. Our 10-year-old Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. A secret communication between Britain and its allies apparently being intercepted. Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone go about doing that? It's a question, isn't it? You have some theories so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rito? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strider was talking about yesterday. It could be. It would also explain why Gregsy's running from a pillar to post at the moment. They did say that the Scotland Yard has been preoccupied with something else, and so they want this case dealt with immediately. Which means whatever it is, it's more important than anything else. 3 whole pages of evidence, though. I can't just guess. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, this isn't good enough evidence since we don't know if we can trust the... Darn, it won't let us present the piece of paper, the photograph where he's in it, which is to be the obvious one, I'd imagine, but... This file's been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion. Big explosion. Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for investigation work he does, but also quite tricky to handle. Safely, at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure when this file broke, the chemical inside would have been ignited. Note to yourself, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is the danger zone. The line he added here is a lot easier to deal with because he says he's never had anything to do with the establishment where the man was killed, and yet we know he wasn't. But we need to actually prove it, and unfortunately he took the coat. Wait. I know I'm missing something obvious. This is really tricky. Hmm.
Objection!
Is that right?
Sorry. Must be confusing with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose.
Excuse me!
Yeah, it's the same as before. Yeah, that photo wasn't put in my evidence, so I can't use it to show it. I need to go do something where it shows me that photo again. Give me just a moment. I think if I can use that to see something where...
Hold it! Objection!
Is that right?
Excuse me!
Alright, we need to look at that photo again. Let me see if there's something else there that can be used to prove it was him. Alright, now what's here that I can use as evidence? It's here, but how can we prove that... use this to prove it was in there? What does he have here that I can use? Nope, I haven't denied that fact. This is really tricky. Nothing to do with it. I could use the music box disc, but problem is he can't, What tiny scrap of information. So what part of it? Alright, one of these things proves that he could. I was hoping maybe he'd be in the photo here, but no. I'm sure that'll be relevant eventually, but not yet. Yeah, I can only think of two things that can prove he's in there, but both of them are easy to deny, and most of them revolve around the blood here. I could also try the ticket here, but you can just say that wasn't his.
Objection!
Nope, not right. Yeah, that's not right, darn it. Alright.
Objection!
Let's try this. Alright, have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of the murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there was a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire this disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Oh, we're gonna check his thumb. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take the disc from the defendant? Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple. You see, the disc was mine from the outset. There's some crime in taking an item you own out of the pawn? It would seem that Mr. Graydon, that in his piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Witness testimony. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Ooh, I can already see the contradiction here. This is why he didn't want to talk. Because he said the disc was the item he was pawning. However, our court record clearly states this pawnbroker was for the coat, not the disc that it was in. So yeah, the contradictions are going to be a bit easier now that we're forcing him to talk. Did I hear it correctly, sir? Miss McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Oh, good gracious. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself are acquainted? Yes, that's correct. He doesn't realize now, but by admitting that, that's a pretty big deal. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in the pawn that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So appeared that afternoon, and Windy Banks in order to get his handle on McGilded's discs for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. This will be a bit easier, but I need to press everything he says just to get some more information that may be useful. Or entertaining. There's not the disc came from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you when it's... As you'll observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that it was your overcoat? Well, obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot. The music box disc was in the pocket. Okay, so he's filling that contradiction. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city. I was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question? It's a pre-production sample. I promise I'll let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of that overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the gutterling, on the day in question. I'm pretty sure the redemption ticket here this is the contradiction, because this blood here is Mr. Mason's. There's no way he can explain that without explaining that it was Mr. Mason's blood on the code at the time.
Hold it!
Alright. Oh, so you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of the danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant you were looking for. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on McGilden's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes. Then I will continue with my testimony, or what possible use can it be? Proceed at once to explain my situation.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of a pick purse. When I did, I'd head to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yeah, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence. I have the feeling Gregson's going to be a bit more difficult again, but let's ask him what he has to say. Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing, leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yeah, while Von Zykes is, well, at least he claims to be racist against the Japanese, he seems to care more about the truth than anything else, so, for better or for worse, he may be the only one we can actually trust in this particular case. I mean, even the jury seems to have a special connection to everyone involved, so there's definitely something weird going on here. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, and yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Von Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? But that's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. Well, it would appear the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break in the shop later that night. Perhaps you'd seen something of value amongst the forfeited items? Oh, no, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was a common or garden bric-a-brac. Oh, so in that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilden's disc. Have you not been listening, Matt? Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more than a shop that night. There was no more in the shop in that night than I. As I keep saying, I had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his rumble. Mr. McGilded slipped the disc in coat pocket and have it deposited at Windybanks. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into his custody that day. But Greggsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. How ironic that the only one we can really trust in this case, well, aside from the defendant, is Von Zykes himself. Let's hope he can get over his racism for the fact that we want to find the truth. For now, he'd focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Claims this is his redemption ticket. So let's see if... Let's consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? Oh, darn. I thought that was gonna be it. Darn it. I need to clear my head then. Redemption ticket was stolen on the day in question. Proceeded once the shop in order to explain my situation, redeem my article. But what if...
Objection!
Yeah, there's still the other item. This disc was deposited at Windybank on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, that disc was taken to custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. I'm sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in the pawn at Windybanks, and this second pawnbroker's ticket proves it. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Windybank pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article's been forfeited, I could simply walk in the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point, because remember, it was already after. Because remember, this was on February 13th, and the murder was on the 15th, and that means 2 days after it was forfeited. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It is time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank pawnbrokery. And the rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. Well, that's 11 p.m. on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Oh no, that was the judge. And then we have here another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. I think we now know what to do. I must say, the placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. But we can use the stereoscope, in order to find it for true. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker that night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah, dang it. I don't believe it. If I could just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? Yeah, I bet she's about to point that out. I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? Exactly, use a stereoscope. So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No, we do not. Oh, the dog might need out. Give me just 1 moment, please. Sorry about that. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? We'll use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify this discrepancy. Von Zykes knows where I'm going with this. I'm not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints? The stereoscope. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? Got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put these pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Alright, there we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location of the question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Yeah, see, it's on one. In one, it's on the left side of the picture, and one it's on the right. When you view them stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different: the location of this small box. Which means he must have. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Mr. Windybanks that night. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. Gilded is in fact... Yes, the very same one I just identified in these prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork, what it was. Oh, the dog needs back in. Give me just a moment, please. So a box moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. What? That may be true, but alright. It means what was in the box that was stolen. But that doesn't mean the fact that it was moved like that changed things. It changes everything. Because he didn't take the box itself, he just took what was in the box. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it here for further examination. Now, what was in that box? Whatever it was important enough that they broke into Windybanks in order to obtain it after they failed to get the music box. What could it be? We shall have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A bony specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? Well, he did openly admit he was racist. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth seeking in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. Gilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. The black overcoat just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. That does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, was it? Goodness knows, Mr. McGilded was rich enough, but he can't just deposit cash. I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incongruent of the defense now to bolster its argument. To to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, what is your argument? Is your argument defensible? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way related to this case? I guess I can go through my things here to see if I have anything connected. Not helping here. Oh yeah. Yeah, one of these items has to be connected because this had Mr. Mason's blood on it. Well... What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both valuable pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course, you and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilden's true character. We know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jeannie, could it be the Von Zykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. I'm sorry, what do you mean? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. That's true. If we can prove that she was coerced, that would make it a lot more clear. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGill deposited is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But I've put her on the stand to testify about that. It could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I don't think we have a choice, unfortunately. Well, Lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Ooh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillard's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Mr. Windybanks by Mr. McGilded. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, correct? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. Alright, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this is going to be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Well, she did commit perjury. It'll be a bit easier if we can prove that she was coerced, because coercion is usually extenuating circumstances. She'll still have trouble, of course, but it won't be nearly as much. After all, coerced perjury is a much less harsh sentence than, being convicted of murder. Alright, the articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this very courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady was brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my iniquity's friend. Well, allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder was in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. But with the body then being dropped with the skylight of the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I just said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. Oh, but... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information at the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Gee, don't listen to him, please. You have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mrs. Stride, you will now give her testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth and a commodity sorely lacking in her original statements. This is it then, everything's gonna come out. Like Von Zych said, this could bring the whole courtroom down. No, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from overhead, and the pair on the roof deck were calling to call the cops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run of the pawn shop runabout. He threatened me not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover out the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are utterly inexcusable. That McGilded was one of the court, just like that. You're wrong, the lawyer. Oh no, the lawyer there didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expect to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop it. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of the pawned items must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course. I mean, defense lawyers have to defend people whether they're guilty or not. So, while it's true that Naruhodo would Rhinosuke would never have taken the case if he knew the truth, He also he hadn't even been in London for a day when he took the case. And that's actually provable. Blimey. Now, Consul, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. The truth is that Brickmaker was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black in there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what it told me I had to say. What's important, you tell us the truth now. Where are Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. Do you know what they were talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking all about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Or I started sounding like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGill picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then it started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was, where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what happened, the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was some kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me. Ed and the pair on the roof went off to call. Alright, so there were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the top of the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down at the skyline and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Mr. McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the... If they'd immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from the outside. Driver, yes. Also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened. Stuff like that. Mainly. Stuff like that, mainly. That's when Mr. McGilded slipped through the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop. The pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street, I assume? Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed. Mr. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat ain't... And what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGilded flashed some brass in his vase. He went running off like a leak. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out to the drag's cabin. He threatened me to say nothing to no one, what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I do exactly what he said. which included giving false testimony in the court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I'd have to angle the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me, before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it and lug. Stop from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Well, Mr. McGill had the driver deposit windy blanks with something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Reno. Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yeah, that's strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
I might need to go through something again to get this to go off.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
And neither of them are even reacting to her testimony. Need something that'll get their attention.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson? They didn't even notice. Inspector, Drayden. Wah! Blum, you're trying to give me a heart attack. Blum, you're trying to give me a heart attack. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? This fella? All the other ones, Sunshine. You think I'll get anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say. This uncouth detective, after that disc was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Whatever it is, Von Zykes isn't too happy about it either. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Mr. McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Mr. McGilded's contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I get to have them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGill is prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must have been worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it or something. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Hello. The evidence your lordship has requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection. Mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGilded. There's no doubt in my mind that's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Alright, we're going to be continuing directly. I think we're near the end here. Things are really heating up now. I'm going to go ahead and save just in case I screw up, but this should also restore my penalties, so a few mistakes here and there don't hurt. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, and the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Oh wait, that was Randowski saying that, not the judge. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it's already been pilfered. It's the one that plays the music disc. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. That isn't too much to expect. I think it would be reasonable to assume it is the device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Alright, so here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim of the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. That does seem like the most logical course of action. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the sombrero atmosphere in the courtroom with a silly bit of music. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, the Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And like I said, as weird as it seems, Von Zykes may be the only one we can trust. Inspector, I have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. That's Morse code, isn't it? What on earth? And we have a Morse code specialist on the jury. That's certainly not what I would call music. No, it's not. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. It's Morse code, isn't it? Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? This music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It has to be, it could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Oh, goodness. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognized the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my opponent's friend, then answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this wonderful chiming has in this case? It's Morse code, but how do I say that? The defense's belief the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. That smile vanished from his lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. You ain't making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my learned friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly, the music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that is pure foolishness. They got me, I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. So it's a secret Morse code for sending messages. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah. Could it be? Is that what those sounds are? Yep. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've seen, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned friend here present proof now. Tangible proof is the latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of sounds in this music box disc is... I don't have a telegraph. Do I have a... No, I don't have a telegraph machine. Today's paper.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel? The headline is, "A pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder." Probably supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page, actually. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Gray. Did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station at which you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports, you said, correct? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say... Is it? That's right. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. What? I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order, everyone, order! But this is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expect you to know. Also, offering governments confidential information. Hostile nations would certainly pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if that disc were to be discovered before it was found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Now, Ponsyke is having none of Graydon's shit anymore. The witness is reminded that the crime under which scrutiny in which this trial the witness is reminded the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being it is most outrageous offense under which the law sanctions a capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
You gotta let us have a rap and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation's professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we baddie is enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Witness testimony. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. There's some low-class bookmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded was not... I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to. If we'd known theirs was dodgy government secrets, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? Yeah. We did, Gov, we did. They're turning on him because he didn't realize an act of treason was involved. Quieten down, please. Is that what you say to you, Mr. Grayton? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, get us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer who shop at wars, eh? Poor broker didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Nice to know your friends are who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it was, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Well, that took long enough. But I guess we had to prove it was relevant before they'd add it. But the general Ace Attorney courtroom, the general rule is as long as you can prove evidence is relevant to the case, you can use it. Let's take a closer look while we're here. So this is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. So what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music will always make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yeah, it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Oh, what's this? Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Another one. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you could set another disc to play on the backside? Yes, I think so, and it looks like these two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you have two discs, they would both play back at the same time. This is going to become very relevant. Alright, Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer can possibly steal confidential.
Hold it!
So this is this newspaper headline accurate? It's government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff of the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information. I want to stop, say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. If a team of us are responsible for setting up and testing telegraphs used by the Ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating, actually. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently presence of an idol. Stop. So it access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees can't possibly understand them. Oh, no, stop, must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meeting with ministry technicians of the Ministry Communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. So that's fascinating, actually. So yeah, we now have absolute proof he is fully capable of this. We just have to prove it. Mr. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Current presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Oh, they're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent from listening for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways. Oh, that's what the second half of the music box is for. One half for the dots, one half for the dash. By combining those different ways, you construct letters. For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, do you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. It is not Morse code. Not by itself, no. Not while it's missing the other half. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before spring aspirations in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would be slot into place so nicely. Could there be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Let's give it a try. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's to believe the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established to use Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that now. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher messages in Morse code? Oh, it's not letting me speed through this even though I've seen it. Look at that, a second movement. So is it?
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? Also, your penalty did not refresh. I did notice that, yes. Weird, usually they do reset after every to be continued, but I guess in this case they didn't. Not that it matters, I think I'm pretty confident I know what's going on here. What? It appears, my lord, the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! Also, the court has heard Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And I may remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though as wholes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Grade and the omnibus case must be here somehow, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this cross-examination. Please.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, Mr. McGill did kill the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but the people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGill to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from the Artesian Quarter and his well-to-do communications officer. And this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Look how we don't break into the gaff the other night like you told us to. Like Mr. Graydon told you to, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, thought it was just popping over a matter of all them years. Over, friend. For all the years, but the Rotter had a dodgy job for us. Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old...
Excuse me!
Oh, excuse me, Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mrs. Skulkin. Wahoo, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now, his fancy whistling flutes. You wouldn't to Adam and Eve. But when he was younger, he was a poor part of the town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas, like wouldn't ever gone through our heads. Poor blimey. Ain't that a truth? Remember Mr. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, Geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, we can turn our attention back to the testimony, please. I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Let's add the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could have some vital information in this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add... Say no more. Skulkin is never skulkin. Milk run, those were the days. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security, although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus, the break-in at Windy Banks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony is as watertight as ever. Aren't the key to us making headway at the cross-examination here? Could be those two brothers. Well, they have no interest in helping him anymore, so we might actually finally get the truth out of him. The reason they were holding back information was because he was telling them to keep quiet, but now that they know not to trust him.
Hold it!
Alright, so did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planned to know nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? And in your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into the Windy Banks all along. Is that correct? We were, Golf, we were. You're right there. Of course, that's what he told us to do. It was a plan. And why was it that Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windy Banks again? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of coppers, wasn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Let's see what this milk run is. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just those scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. That must have been a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So the business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, not a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this?
Objection!
Objection. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that was only the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes we came. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money and such. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Wait a minute. Is Mr. Mason in the... No, he's not in the court record, so I can't remember his last name at the top of my head. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunk. I've been Graydon since I was born. You really think you're going to rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Oh, very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important. Wait a minute. I can check here. The victim is listed in the case. Yep, Mason Milverton. So Mr. Mason was his father or other relative. So that explains everything. All of a sudden, we seem to be for next. We need to present the one item that has the person's full name. And that's the court record. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As all we know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. Gilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton is it not the case of the brickmakers of Mr. Mason Milverton was your father or some other relative? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've become illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. Look, the truth, you say? That you collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Lied into this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications, selling it on to Mr. McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. McGilden went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, Mr. McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden placed in a pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. And that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder of the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. Rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all this actually began that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be a blood seeping through the sleeve on your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? We now have more than sufficient evidence to force a search of his body. He's got you now, mule. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence here under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common blacksome thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 gold coins to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilden? As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Yeah, one thing with old Ace Attorney games is you'd occasionally have a case where the innocence of your defendant was proven, but then you have to find out who the person was that actually did it. But later games have been doing a much better job of making sure that the pressure's on, because technically speaking, we still don't have proof that it wasn't our client that murdered the pawnbroker, at least not yet. Even though we're on the right track now. Alright, nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms that we have in evidence right now. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one possible conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which could only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Oh, goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightfully say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocketing girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? You can clearly tell this is a desperate act, but absolutely everyone in this case has reason to not be believed. I mean, we've already caught the Skulkin brothers lying several times up until this point, and so we know that. And as far as the court's concerned, Lestrade has been lying for quite a while as well, and of course, the only reason he's saying now that he saw her murder him is a last-ditch attempt to save himself, so basically there's reason to doubt everyone, none of the witnesses, which is why we need harsh evidence here. Hard evidence, I mean. Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. You know, this is a desperate act. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You'll explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Where did she get the gun, though? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. That's because this is the only possible way out of this. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand's been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of those details. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered on the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocketing girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat was somehow showing the harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. The Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. to test it with our chemicals. Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. But, yeah, we have proof it was, Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. That also means he knew that McGill had killed his father and the blood was still on the coat. That's why he's trying to pass this off as the victim's blood. That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGill, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gino will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. For cross-examination. Of course. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Yeah, unfortunately this takes place in the 1900s, so they have no way of testing the DNA of the blood, just that it exists there. Ruffians were jostling with the broker. I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nosh were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so cute. No, me lie. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. That says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, when Ringo joined in, making the 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me a little brav, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella. Ain't that soon, run. The pair of you sitting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, girl. Windybank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that was the moment you were shot? Yes, though it didn't immediately realize what happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. And it was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyways, didn't quite strike home. I'm gonna pull me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he just carpeted through the door in the back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's solid job made out of stout wood. There's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on with these people as well? And not likely. Didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these 2 buffoons are even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I'm pretty sure this doesn't line up. Yeah, this does... There's no how is he fleeing to safety if she's right there?
Protection!
Oh, come on, how's that not correct?
Hold it!
Yeah, so when the crime scene was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket held when I saw her. Yes, the bullet fired from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there'd be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun. Oh, come on. Von Zykes, even you should know that there's no possible way someone from the streets would own their own gun. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. I must consider the evidence in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at the moment a little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Ball over her, you said? Yes, the peephole, I saw clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment's still sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. That's not Mr. Windybank's, is it? No, that's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilligan stabbed him 2 months ago. It's annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Brother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? You're claiming she threw a gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell on the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to which I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. Then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there and any more tragedies took place. We know that Gregson saw him wielding a gun a moment ago, but we also know he's keeping quiet for whatever reason. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and I left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tie it up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough. Sheesh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Gentlemen? Nothing wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin right now? Blimey, Steve's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw me grab me wrist. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. All the flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya. This gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Griggsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. The results of the test which was ordered. I have the results of the test ordered. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Strad. From the extent the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat's not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? That coat originally belonged to Mr. Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at the Windybanks, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my friend, my learned friend? I'm sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. Gilded's innocence? And yet now that man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shadows any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Oh, that was... I call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Now to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't find the answer to that. Couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Why won't you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Oh, old poor Skeeter was a starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How can you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in the case. That is the whole truth. Lord. It's been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? How was this moment, sir? The squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men. Alright, I'm gonna have one last...
Guilty.
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 Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick the witness's testimony. There's any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decisions, being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. Because maybe with some regularity, Miss... Oh, it's not! The scientific truths are determined not by science, by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. That's not a bailiff. Am I going mad? Ah. Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? Order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I should be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Added. Appear to be rather late. Rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me? In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would be so kind as to spare us the time. What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial is making many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, I don't want to go wasting any more of the court's precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, you're all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me if I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then. Hurley, this place is full of idiots, and none of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations, and I've took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. Modesty? Sure. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender Hiroshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you that. Would be settled with... If possible, matters would be settled without me giving you this. That was what she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and upper-handed, and that you, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! The thing for making doors that a cat can go through? Meow. Look, I used this! My latest invention. What's that? I call it the cat flip-o-mat. You can make a cat flap for your little furry and like Waggy here in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Mr. Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. She uses this clap flip out that night, but why? Oh, was this used to make the opening in that door, and it shouldn't normally have one. She said it would work no matter how thick the door is. Your 5 minutes is over. Shouldn't it be are over? We're out of time already? Well, we got what we need. So that door didn't actually have that flap that night. I'm grateful to you for affording us the brief Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt from my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Hello? Requesting to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No more. Exactly, we have to prove that there was no flap on that night, which means it couldn't have possibly happened. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno wants to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Only a single chance, eh? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement, and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Thud. Mr. Sholmes! Alright, we have the last piece of evidence. Can't even examine it. No, I can. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made out of a special alloy developed just for this job. A cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can go through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are these two parts at the top here? Those are for attaching the hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even the toughest of doors. Sounds charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flip-o-match is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wow, guy is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Stands so insolently before the court is a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little right now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Now, I actually do want to save this because I actually could screw this up if I'm an idiot. But I don't think I can. Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. This is the final one.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Ooh, that's my cat flipple, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. That cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance in this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. And perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windy Banks had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, and 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said so much in my testimony. How else could I witness a crime? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole with which to look through it. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident took place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That's the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through a peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that girl shot the man. I feel the girl shot the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident the peephole did not yet exist in the door, is there anything from the time of the? No, because they're not. You know, I bet that's why they wouldn't give me the one where he was in the photo, because that would show more clearly there wasn't one. If the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you still expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Ha! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, gooey, time for dinner. The courtroom door. Well? Ah, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my mat create are all of a fixed size. The dimensions of the people at Windy Banks are the exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that is true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption, entirely by coincidence. If that's the case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? It is very simple, my lord. The defense argues the peephole was created after the incident was using this device. Now the perpetrators return to her native land, she cannot testify on that fact. There is no proof. As for as long the defendant remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Oh, but we do here. Look! You can see my mouse, right? Yes, you can. There is no peephole. Now post-shooting. Peephole. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, Counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you... A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent, capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt. She would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? Exactly, this print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Ah, but more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It's quite remarkable. The door of the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claimed to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious. That is not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Oh, goodness, there's more Van Zykes! The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, that's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. He's right, we lack the hard evidence. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat's bolted. Isn't that right? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been the line I wrote for in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Alright, Mr. Graydon. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency with your statements.
Objection!
What? This is provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged consistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The consistency revealed by the lies in the witness' statements shows Meg Graydon knows something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously... Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, once I'd returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars. Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts so we got through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report, and there's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if that's, awesome you. Permission denied. Oh. If it's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You'll remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you've just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my friend. Alright, we'll consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here at the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that, as while this trial was in progress, he received the information so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Mr. Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, huh? I was summoned by his lordship's chambers during the recess in case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been at full view of the stand, where the illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Oh, no, they didn't, actually. Remember. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? During, I believe, when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Grade and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable scholar and you're an inspector, for crying out loud. Why would you do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole of the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found out to be true, striking a deal of any kind with this witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Japanese student's specialty. Hey, I don't do that. But with stakes this high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent of the defense now to provide evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what you're proposing, the inspector demanded of the witness in return. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If the Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could possibly have asked for, and that must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal with the inspector made of the witness?
Take that!
The other's disc, of course. Inspector Gregson, besides the murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Well, what are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding nor could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Mr. Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now the encoded on the pair of discs on Mr. Gilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it on you, Inspector, in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets. You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged for the discs for details of the case. You little... Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking now whatever it is of Mr. Gilded down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Mr. McGilded was involved with stealing government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked to the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence at the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I wasn't sure of mine myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you indeed revealed confidential details of crime, the scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. That's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two. No.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, the sum assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? Whoa, what's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have... have to approach this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, you mean to say Inspector Gredson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually of this person? The defense demands the inspector be searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when he was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. No, but don't forget he oh, that's right. He grabbed that guy and shook him. He snuck into his pocket. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Yeah, he must have snuck it into the other guy's pocket when they weren't looking, and when they were at a fight. I presume you're aware of the precipice of which you now teacher, my lord. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for the grave consequences. It's true, I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel required. Oh yeah, that's why he gave it to the Skulkin brothers, because, remember the start of the case, he's been with the Skulkin brothers the entire time because they're officially under arrest. They will be brought back to the station as soon as this is over, meaning that even if they slip the disc onto one of the brothers, they'll still receive it because they'll be going back to the station anyway, and he can retrieve it then. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. Objection. The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accused, not I. I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at last, Abby Sunshine. The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Reno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly certain I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, whom of which do you request a search now?
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. Me, him. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search. Yeah, we know we did it right because he's ejecting this. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection!
Yeah, the Von Zykes is having none of it. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Sorry, in this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have any authority to object. But, Lord Van Zykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, old Mo, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Ah! Here, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That's the reason why Gregson was manhandling him earlier, or to sneak into his pocket. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus Begilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? One bit, I mean, Roman Flamin', I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and the detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. One particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination, Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I'll admit to nothing of the sort. Yeah, and at that time, Grayson was manhandling Rash to sneak into his pocket. That way, when they get back to the police station afterward, he can retrieve it easily. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did know. I thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun while you were down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it? I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My order's word to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information would be revealed in this court as evidence, it would be problematic. That's sum up the situation, Inspector. I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may have be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the dispute acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our recent visitor has some uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. Oh, but then how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly, but that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. What? What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire this disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, he becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to look at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon's highly skilled operator. Stop. Only in presence of idols. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now... What? Is Ginny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank and stole his government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admitting he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Runo. We have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Would I present evidence against Grayson, or... We can't leave it to the jury. Yeah, this is probably a good chance to save, because I have a lot to go through again if I fail here. This is actually a pretty rough spot to be in. But either way, I need to go back against the evidence. I'm not going to leave it to the jury, because they're going to find him guilty. Something to prove that... This is a rough one. I can't use anything from the Sholmes' blood samples. That's already been used up. The fact there's blood on here that's relevant could still matter, but... This is rough. I need to provide evidence against one of them, but who do I have the stronger case against? This is actually rough. I'm not entirely sure which one I need to choose for this, but I need to figure out. Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh yeah. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes was a family friend of someone with that name or something? Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Narrows. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. We never did find out how she figured out how Susato found out the title this early. force the music box to be played. I was thinking that, but at the same time, we don't have this second disc in evidence. They might... But I guess that is an option I considered, yeah. Another one was something like this. Because this has Mason's blood on it and was for the gentleman's overcoat, this could prove that he shouldn't have known... Prove that he had to have been there when it was... when the thing was first displayed. Let's try Graydon first. Alright. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I have admitted to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. I was going to present the evidence here since it hasn't been used yet, but yeah, I think that disc might matter.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's Peculiar Music Box, Council? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Oh goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No, wait. I can't let you do that. And why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. And we know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. Now I have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, sunshine. We're talking state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, and you continue to lie to the court, all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. But Lord, if you please, the courtroom must hear the sounds made out music box. Come on, Ben Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that to the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that balloon box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you on the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! It's you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. More information that may concern certain individuals make certain individuals uncomfortable will become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains in the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only just been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard was not aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Traitor! Bailiff? Bailiff? Dang, that bailiff's really been falling asleep. Bailiff, restrain! Not mine! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums were vile places. I was cursed from birth, born to poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Dang, he's even worse than we thought he was. You're with a queer talent you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs and make McGilded buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is just to come. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley, what a fine gent you've become. He was a different man for the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man, but poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I'm sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I got some work for you, father. I need some old music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wishes to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. And that's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilden in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Mr. McGilden for 10 gold pieces. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I've sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden, not yourself. When I received the 1,000 after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilden, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb to the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilden, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Yeah, with both Mason and McGilden dead, no one knows the truth about what happened. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster Mr. McGilden really was, which after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGill had brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. And that trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into a hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money in my dealings with McGill by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilden himself had showed me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So he was the one who murdered McGilden. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilden's death that day was caused by this man? Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Oh, what's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. I can examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So the policeman who came to tell Mr. McGilden he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilden used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Gilden inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. Oh. Oh, my phone's done charging. Nice. Yeah, I think it's rather obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, solely because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs. In the music box, you'll need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 gold pieces for you, young man. Oh, what's this? Windy Bank's pawnbrokery? Why, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, it is. You can use it to redeem the article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the watchword. I put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 gold if you can sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one's an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, to Gina. I remember now. When we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How would you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another one of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do is wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box of the second disc was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact McGilded was involved. Inspector recovered fast. Our orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whoever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and second disc were still at the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. And that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold to Mr. McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker had fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called Mr. McGillen a monster. A man uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Grayson? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Alright, very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the final finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Ah, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter the pawnbrokery, you attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I had never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Genius evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box contained a message in Morse code was, well, was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It's just the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something at the point, isn't that... It is, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, ma'am? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Oh, goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? Can that really be the case? It wasn't Morse code after all? The defense would like to listen to Music Box again. Are all of you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those contain ministerial secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know Mr. McGilded conspired to trade national secrets without enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh, but it's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yes, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Oh, come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pope Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Firing off her own. Yeah, those fireworks aren't just a display thing. They directly said when we first got here, the fireworks go off anytime someone's declared not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say that you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a nobody, it's yourself that pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason, to lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another. Only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look through the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, that when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned fellow. Until we meet again. I must say, I think Von Zykes may actually be my favorite of the Ace Attorney prosecutors so far. Yeah. But we'll have to see how things go in the next part, because while this is the end of the current game, Ace Attorney Chronicles has both of the adventure games in here. But this is all going to be for tonight, I can tell you that much. Ooh, 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done, it's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. Hey, what's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. Oh, that's awful. I figured something out today. All me life, Gromits. I never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked out something quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat load of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryanosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith in this client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, it's starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Cosma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. Oh, you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles the doctor was tending to me. I merely had my knowledge of them known to them, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close Vanda, I'd tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. I'm a great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having snooze in your little bed, someone's been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Honest. In some way, I suppose. Congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? I mean, naturally, it isn't my intent to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little, precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the rape you mean? Because then was not found not guilty, works up, wins up, dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilda, in fact. Yeah, but that wasn't because of the curse. It was because of, Mr. Ashley Graydon murdering him. Ah, but of course, I paid no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves that belong. There's some coves like that bog trotter, what a rot to the core. But at the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Alright, just give her a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are. Hurley, how long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? Well, as you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. You were the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of the offenses. What was again? Breaking Anna in, taking stuff when was in the lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think that you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. Ah, but diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all day. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket either. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them a lot like me back in the slums. Back in the slums, some of them makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie. I'm sure you can do it. Oh, what is it? Nothing. Is Gina Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Alright. Well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo. Yeah. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I don't know what to say, so, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh! Oh, yes, it's a good advice, Jeannie. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. It's trials all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain's finally stopped. There's a record level of rainfall, apparently. I have heard it rains a lot in Britain. Well, it's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news then? The huge storm left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed for a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make in time to wave Susie off. Oh, but, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. We're here now. We'll be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles, but I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid out the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for, then? London, Victoria. Port of Dover, quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then, tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well, she was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law. You. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't know us for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flip-o-mat, so I put up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop later that night. I see. And then... Bang. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you meant? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had put my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat football mat to make a peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information proved to be Miss Naruhodo's greatest weapon, although naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes, my blood ran cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he'd manipulated the evidence, arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because on the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized... would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course, and the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. Well, the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Is that truly why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned you'd made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you'd been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. Mrs. Otto decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Otto. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden's the one who lied on the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not a little sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Zato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me, too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly, although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation in the music box contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. But a triumph to work out, I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we were talking about a secret government communications. No doubt they were written in a cipher to avoid being truly readily understood, should they be intercepted. I see. So in that case, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A-so-gi... What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? It means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. The message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. The message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. Something occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? And remember, Asogi was the one who was supposed to come to Britain in the first place and be the defense lawyer. Ryanosuke here only did it because he had stowed away at the time and solved the murder that occurred on the boat that led to Asogi's death. Iris, would you please let me see that? Mrs. Otter, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for the international communications. Then might I recommend that you focus all your efforts on the English version? Alright, be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that log sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sasato's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4. The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin, I do not recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on that list. What's his name doing on a secret government communication? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Ooh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name is J. Wilson. John Wilson. John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo came from. Oh well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumei University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Unfortunately, E.O. Wilson was murdered as the first case, and that was the one Ryanosuke was referring to at the start. This is just so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. It seems so. I'll sail on that steamship to the first port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Ooh. You really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie, I promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, yeah, do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course, on the SS Borea, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe. Still have to sleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue causing Suma's great legacy, Miss Susato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. We still have a number of mysteries going on, but Luckily, since this is Ace Attorney Chronicles, the second game is in here, so...
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
See you later, Infinity. It's about over. The stream's about over anyway.
But whatever
Timing.
happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
And Sholmes playing his violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over a special express train, apparently. What? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at the stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and it was all your fault. What? And I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Suzato, you love defending yourself in court. Wait, what? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Or certainly any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words. No, the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived from Baker Street all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I'd ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance in comparison. I do like the characters of this game, and I do like Sholmes aside, even outside the fact that he's, you know, a blatant attempt at being a Sherlock Holmes character. Oh, when I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Once the main credits start going up, witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, rarely do rare coupon coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know his father's an innocent man, or I call my... Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. Last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagai's offspring refuge in my pocket. The man brings some kittens on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I've dreamt of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. The latest Rand's magazine's out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. I could probably use a drink myself. This has been a bit on my throat, but dang. Our ladyship puts me to shame. This is the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Johnny, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those Molly stairs every day has done wonders. I'm managing rather well with the housework, too. Well, this maid, hoping the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of this house is his own maid. Oh, he can't afford a maid, so he's trying to pretend to be one himself. Well, I suppose that does solve the problem, doesn't it? Mr. Rowley's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more than these. It's more than hunt. Small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking for Londoners. There are dropped hay pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for the so it ain't too boring. For a bit, so it ain't boring. Shows what's going on about those cases, what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigation is kind of interesting when you get into them. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please. Give it over, bro. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got Dominator Bland, Gumbag, and Milverton, and Skulkin's Milk Run. The three Musket Watsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Dang, over 4 hours. The stream went way longer than I expected, but dang if it wasn't worth it. This past 6 months has been time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I couldn't realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Was a stinger at the end. I was sticking around in case that ended up being the case. Oh hey, they actually have walking animations. I might end the stream here just because this is going to take a while, but then again there might be a stinger at the end that does moderately concern me. But that is the end of the first Ace Attorney Adventures game, I believe it was. Like I said, Chronicles is technically a compilation of 2 games, and so while I might do another game as a break, when I get started on the next one, we should be able to go right away simply because they're all in here for the Steam release. He has to remain there because his time in the his story ended, unfortunately. I do like the models they used in the recent games. It helps them be a bit more expressive than the sprites, although I guess they could still do that with the sprites as well. It would just take a lot more. I'll speak of the modeling. I have the feeling the Chief Justice is going to be a much more significant character in the next game. Not sure why, I guess he's giving me some Von Karma vibes. Or possibly the police chief from the case, the extra bonus case of the first game. And that reminds me, there still are a few loose ends still. For example, well, Cosmo's supposed to be on a secret mission, but whatever it was, it seems everyone was in on it except for Rhinosuke. I didn't know that that he was wearing Geta or Geta. I don't, however you pronounce it, those wooden Japanese shoes. Yeah, I still hold. I really do think that Von Zykes might very well be my favorite prosecutor in the series so far. He's been very intriguing, I think. I'm also going to guess that the very first case of this one, the reason that John Wilson was murdered, will come up in the next game as well. Because that is definitely a loose end that, well, I knew it would become relevant eventually, but not for the moment it seems. We're also probably going to find out some more about what exactly was going on. What was Kazuma's secret mission that he was going to tell us about, but of course had to die before that happened. Yep, Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Finn. Ooh, now that's some really good artwork right there. Achievement unlocked, Fleeting Farewell. Now it should ask me to save now. Oh, it went straight to the title screen. Well, in that case, I think now is a perfectly good time to call the stream. Thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time. See you next time.